Now we can see the whole thing. Yay! With me in the background. Let's go. That's the thing. So back to vowels. As you can see, we have I, which is in Chinese. If we back up a little bit, we come back to this. Okay, we have this thing. Oh wait, there we go. We have this. Okay, all of them, they use the same letter, but they pronounce differently. So in Australica, we fix that by having them as different vowels. Okay, so that's one of the first key point, which is something very different from the other languages. But yeah, script, we have it this way. All right, next thing, since Australica is based on pattern and logic and mathematics and science, computer science, and all that stuff. Of course, we have a section called math or mathematics. Is it done loading yet? No, or did I even click it? Okay, there we go. Oh, math core. There we go. All right, cool. Now we have that. Just in case, dark background. Let's see if I can. Okay. For the dark background, alright, let's see if I can make it darker so you all can actually see it better. Let's have DD. There we go. Alright, so over here we have math core. One important thing in Australica, if you want to write math stuff, there are two ways to write it. One is string strip. Another one is storyboard script, which I would say is the more syntax notation-ish way to write it. And then string script would be something like you're typing on a keyboard, you're sending a message to someone, and then everything is meant to be a single line. Then yeah, use string script. Otherwise, if you are able to write it on a piece of paper, or if you have a two-dimensional plane, go ahead, storyboard script. So also, one important thing is Australica math symbols are not always one-by-one substitution. Okay, it's like, for example, plus, minus, multiply, division. Okay, some of those, they can be one by one substituted, but not exactly all of them. So keep in mind, because some of the symbols, they have their own syntax, they have their own notation and logic and structure. So yeah, we have that. Next, numbers. Okay, as you can see, we are speed running this. Alright, so numbers. So most of the time, most of the conlangs do have like a base 10 system. Like, even if you still remember like Geronimo, like the Fantasian land or whatsoever, they also have a base 10 system. However, since Australica is based on logic and computer science heavily, Australica is base 16 or hexadecimal, meaning there are 16 digits or numerals: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. And once you count to G, or 16, you carry the 16 to the next digit, and it rolls over. So yeah, but don't worry, at least it's the base positional system that we all know and love, because it's so complex, so compact and elegant. And then if you don't understand the base positional system yet, Go watch the video that we have in this case, which is right here. Alright, so let's see. And of course, funny thing is, because this is like iterated a lot of times, we did end up 4 ways to write the same set of 16 symbols in 4 ways: quadrant script, binary script, prime factor script, and stick script. But in this case, we're not going to look at quadrant script and binary script. We are going to look at prime factor script and stick script. Why? Let's take a look. Prime factor script. Prime factor script will be used when it comes to like constructing words in the grammatic sense and all that stuff. And I will say it's pretty elegant. Like from 0 to 15, okay, yeah. Those which are the powers of 2, they share the same radical. Those are the power of 3. They share the same radical. Those are very awkward prime numbers like 7, 11, and 13. They all share the same radical. And then for those compound numbers like 6, 6 is 2 times 3. Or 10, 10 is 5 times 2. 12, 12 is like 4 times 3. 14 is 7 times 2. 15 is like 5 times 3. They are made from the combination from the base. And for every base power they get an extra stroke. Like for example, 2 is 2 to the power of 1. 4, we have 2, but to the power of 2, so you have 2 horizontal strokes. 8 is 2 to the third power, so we have 2, which is the 2 vertical strokes, but with 3 horizontal strokes. And then for the base 3 over here, it's inspired by a triangle and all that stuff. And then yeah, we have like more details over here. And then if you want to take a look at it, it's right here. And then of course we can use prime factor script to describe extremely huge compound numbers. Yeah, you can do that. Or, and because of this, we can actually use prime factor script in order to write something in base 64. But no, we're not gonna do that. Okay? And then stick script. Stick script is what I would say the more beginner friendly script. Just look at this thing. It's elegant, simple, and boom, there we go. So now you might be thinking, okay, why do we need different ways to write it? Stick script over here is good for addition and subtraction. Prime factor script over here, it's good for division and multiplication. All you need to do is like figure it out. Okay, what are those like? What is the product of something? Can we break it down into something? And then if you want to like cancel out some of the factors, boom, there you go. You don't need to rewrite the whole thing. All you need to do is just remove the horizontal stroke. And there we have it. So next thing, pronunciation. Since Australica is based on patterns and logic, the way that you pronounce numbers in Australica is very straightforward. You go from 0 to 15, you go something like no, ni, ne, na, lo, li, le, la, do, di, de, da, to, ti, te, ta. So as you can see, all of them, like all the offsets comes from n, l, d, t, which is the tip of your tongue. And then if you want an offset of 0 or 1 or 2 or 3, then you just change the vowel o, e, a. So there we have it. Simple. And then if you want to say the number, just read it from left to right. Like a quick example over here, we have CA256, we have to de ne li ni. Just simple as that. So we have that. And then let's just say if you have extremely huge numbers, so instead of like thousand, million, billion, we do have ro, ri, re, ra, and they all have a relationship of 16 to the power of 4. So it's like for each 4 digits, it's a chunk. Okay, so we have that. And here we have a important concept, clari. So clari in Astralica has the meaning of to quantify something, to numberize something in this case. And this symbol over here will be used afterwards in order to represent, okay, a quantify of something, to quantize something in this case. So we have that. And how is it designed? It's inspired by quadrant script, binary script, and prime factor script, but not stick script, because stick script is a little bit too simple. Plus, stick script is just like hidden, embedded in here, so we don't need that. So boom, here we have it, clari. So we have that. Alright, next thing, simple operators, which is something like plus, minus, multiplication, and all that stuff. But first thing first, we have the equal sign and all that thing. But equal sign, not equal, approximation, not equal, less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than equal to. All of them, they look alike. All of them look like a balance or level or level or lever. Oh boy, it's the balance, it's the scale that you have like both plates on the left and right, and you just put your weights on it just to see if both of them are equal or whatsoever. Yep, we got inspiration from that. And in this case over here, yes, it's a one-to-one substitution. And of course, encapsulation, separation. In this case, this is the bracket we use. Now here's the fun stuff. Over here, the brackets only have one horizontal stroke. So a bracket, like an open bracket with one horizontal stroke, will pair with the closing bracket with one horizontal stroke. And vice versa. The open bracket with two horizontal strokes will be paired with the bracket with two horizontal strokes. And so this is actually equivalent to the parentheses, the square brackets, the curly brackets. It's just this time we use the number of strokes just to say, okay, which bracket is paired with which one. Now, in this case, in math, if we want to list a list of objects, we comma separate them. Now here's the problem. In Astralica, this is actually something I will cover in the future. In Astralica, we also have punctuation. Now the only problem is, since Astralica is strictly like trying to like separating, like trying to make things not vague, we have two types of commas. One of the comma is what we call a linguistic comma. You use that in linguistic conversations and all stuff, but we haven't come up with that yet. Another thing, which is this one over here, it looks like a little tiny lightning bolt whatsoever. It's what we call a math comma. Use that to separate mathematical objects, or you want to use it in programming or whatsoever. As long as it's not linguistic, then yeah, we just have this. Next thing, positive and negative. One going upwards, one going downwards. But we also have a variation where we use the Clary sign. If you still remember Clary from the previous page, if a number is positive, we say Clary, and it's the upside up Clary sign, which is positive. And if it's negative, we will flip the Clary sign upside down. And then we change A to E. So instead of Clary, we have Clary. That means something that's negative. So we have that. Next thing, quantity operations. Okay, so quantity operations, addition, subtraction, all that lovely stuff. But fun stuff. All of them, they look alike. The only thing which is different is if it were to be addition, you're adding stuff into the box. Subtraction, you're taking away from the box. And yeah, we have all that stuff right here. And it's almost the same thing as well. You're adding stuff to the box and all that thing. It's all covered over here. What else? Ah, yes, the for loop. Okay, this thing over here is inspired by Freya Home. There's this like one time she discovered or she realized and did mention about big sigma or big pi is actually a for loop for multiplication and um, addition as well. It's almost the same thing. So we took idea. So we took the idea of that, and then now we have this. And of course, you have two ways to write it: string script or storyboard script. So we have that. And then sometimes, yes, you can combine addition and subtraction together, and multiplication and division together, since most of the time they do cancel out. So this is the way you write it in a storyboard script. Up over here is the thing to be added, down over here is the thing to be taken away. And then you just have a whole list, and you can start canceling things out, and then what remains is what remains. And this part over here is the part where I say not everything in Ashleka is one-to-one substitution of the normal things we know. No. In this case, we can know the exponent, the root, the logarithm are actually inherently almost the same thing. It is just written in a different way. So here's the thing. Once you have the exponential symbol, you have this bracket. What goes in here is your base. What goes in here is your exponent or your power. What goes in here is your product. And then the 1, and then the blank, and then the slot which is a blank, that means it will return you that thing, and it acts that way. So for example, if you want to write, you want a root of something, what the root is actually asking is, given the product, given the exponent, I want the base. So that's actually the root. So that's why you left the root empty. What logarithm is, if you want a base to become a product, what is the required exponent to do so? So you left out the exponent, and then this thing acts like log. What power is doing is, given the base, given the exponent, I want the product. So in this case, you will left the product being empty. Then this symbol will act as an exponent or a power. And then if you want to write it in storyboard script, you just have this like triangle over here. Base to the power of exponent, you have product up here. And yeah, we have that. And then of course permutations, combinations, that's where we have factorial and all that stuff. More of that. Alright, next thing. topic operators. In this case, in Australica, we do take inspiration from lambda calculus or whatsoever, but if you're still not familiar with functions, there is a video I've made a while ago, so we have that. But yeah, function, you will need this symbol just to say, alright, we have a function over here, and then over here, that's the name of the function, and then you say open bracket, close bracket, that will be your input, and then equals whatever it is. So over here, it's almost like this the normal math we know in order to like define a function. The only difference is when you want to define a function, remember to say it's a function at the very beginning, so at least you know. Function, what function is, what do you call it? F of, in this case it could be x or whatsoever, and then you write the expression of it whatsoever. And this is the way you write it in storyboard script. The input is written on top, and then the outcome is at the bottom. You can do the same thing as well for multiple parameters. And this one over here is actually our lerp function. So lerp function is an extremely popular function in both shader code and game programming. So yeah, we have that. And then the inverse function, yeah, we just flip the sign upside down again, whatsoever. And then of course derivative, integral, and all that stuff. Yeah. Geometry. This might be something that we might change afterwards. Not quite sure about that yet, but for now this is what we have. Like in mathematical situation, like in geometry, sometimes we do need to like mention, okay, it's a point, it's a side or an edge or a line, it's a surface, it's a volume whatsoever. So we do have this little symbol top over here, and then down over here, this is where we use prime factor script in order to say, okay, this is a 0-dimensional object, this is a 1-dimensional object, and so on. And then what's this like top symbol over here? We will talk about that. We will talk about that afterwards. Real quick. We will cover it. Alright, let's see. What else? And then this one, same thing. What is on top of that? We will also take care of it. But down over here is what makes them differ. So we have perpendicular, parallel, congruent, and all that stuff. So we have that. And then we have some of the pre-built, predefined functions, trigonometry functions over here as well. And we have set theory and Boolean algebra. And since set theory and Boolean algebra are like slightly somehow closely related, they share the same radical, which is two circles, two intersecting circles. And that's the radical of this family set. Wanna declare it? Boom, right here. Wanna say something like an empty set or universal set, power set, whatever. We have that. Set relationships or set operations. We have that over here as well. And the shapes, they resemble it as well. Shortcut words. This is something that we will take care of it afterwards in the future. Next, and then we are done with volume 1. Congrats for those who have reached this far. Congrats, you have finished volume 1. Now volume 2 is something that we dive into the more language side of it. So let's dive into volume 2. And it's the part where we are still developing, and we are going to develop a part of it today. So we have that. First thing first, fundamental types. So in this case, what fundamental types are, it's a category such that it takes care some of the words that we might usually use or use daily. And then since they are all related, this means they should sound alike, they should look alike, and they should be pronounced alike according to a pattern, according to our logic. And then we have 6 categories. So the first categories, which is space. That could be your position, that could be your direction, whatsoever. So it's kashi, pronounced as kashi. And guess what? The very first thing that we talk about at the very beginning of the stream, where we talk about left, right, up, down, front, back, that falls under kashi. Okay? And as you can see, the symbol is not arbitrary, it's inspired by the gizmo. So if you use Blender, if you use Unity, if you use Unreal, Godot, whatsoever, this is where we got the inspiration from. Next, tashi, which is time. So we also have words which are time related, and as you can see, the symbol itself is inspired by an hourglass. So we have that. Next thing, we have krosno, which is basically objects. So particles, molecules, table, chair, knife, hammer, whatever, as long as it's a non-living being, it falls under this category. And this one over here, it's in the symbol itself, it's inspired by, you have a package, you have an object, and then you tied it up, and then boom, there you go, that's an object. That's the inspiration of this. But it is possible that in the future that this symbol will get simplified, because from the looks of it, it may look a little bit too complicated. But I would say the moment when you open up Tokipona, some of them are also as complex as this one. So we'll get there, but this looks good. This looks good. Next thing. Also, just in case, before we hop on to the next one, krosno, how is the pronunciation arised from? It's inspired by kosura and no. Kosura, which is something down over here, which will take care of it. And then no, if you still remember back at numbers, no means 0, nada, nothing. So meaning an object has no kosura at all. Something without kosura, then it's an object. Then it's a non-living being. Something like that. Now, this might give you a little bit of hint of what kosura is. So, here's kosura. What kosura is, this is the part where it makes Australica to be like so different from the other languages, because in other languages, or most of the languages, or Conlang or whatsoever, kosura cannot be directly translated into a specific word. However, it can be somehow slightly translated into a group of words. So here's the thing. Kosura can be understood as mind or concept or information or intelligence or knowledge or passion or idea. So you can know that this thing is very abstract. Like now it immediately makes sense now. Like if you have a clump of thing without passion, you have a clump of thing without intelligence, you have a clump of thing without idea or spirit or knowledge or whatsoever, it's dead. It's not moving, it's not alive. So we have that. So the opposite of krosno is krosni or kosra ni, because if you still remember, back at numbers, after no we have ni, and then ne and na, and so on. So ni meaning one or true or yes. So if you have a clump of stuff with passion, with idea, with spirit, with knowledge or intelligence or whatsoever, it's a living being. That's us. That's your pet. That's your plant. Whatsoever. So we have that. And yep, the symbol does get inspired by us. Like you can see, we have our head, we have our two hands, and then this one over here, it could be our spinal cord or whatsoever. Alright, next one, Seyane, which is an event. In this case, well, it can be a process or something that happens or something that took place. Like for example, it can be a concert, or it can be a Big Bang, or it can be a war, it can be an achievement, whatsoever. Anything that resembles something, you need a space, at the correct space or location, you need the correct time, you need the people, and all that stuff. We have this, say on it. And yes, it's inspired by the shape of a sapling. Why? If you still remember back in your days, like back at like primary school whatsoever, you might remember there's this like one time your teacher asked you, alright, go to the market, go get a bean, plant it in wet cotton, and you watch it grow. So watching something grow, it's a process. It takes time, at the correct place, the living being, and all that stuff. So yeah, we have that. And so those are the 6 fundamental types. Okay? Now, if you are familiar with Chinese characters, they do have a concept called the radical, which is once you saw that part, you can start to guess, oh, that word probably has something to do with that kind of stuff. Like for example, if I were to like open up this thing, whoop, like if I go, can I type in Chinese? Let's go, like probably I just go this, or I can go with like you can see these 2 characters on their left side, they have this like dot dot kick part, dot dot kick, and we usually call this triplets of water droplets. And yes, every time when you see dot dot kick, you know that this thing must have some way to connect with water. And in fact, this one over here means ocean. This one over here means sink. So yeah, we have that. Australica takes this inspiration from Chinese. So, technically speaking, all of these 6 symbols or fundamental types can be treated as radicals. So, every time when you see these symbols, at least you know in some way they are related to that topic. And yes, now the only problem is the moment when you keep on saying kashi, tashi, kosurano, kosurani, kosura, seyane, they're a little bit too syllable clumped. And so far, what we have here is you can crop them. So we have ka, ta, kro, kra, kri, and se. Now, a while ago, I did realize that a way better way to say it. Alright, let's see if I can, oh boy. Let's see if I can edit the filter on this thing to make it a little bit readable. So, edit filters. Oh wait, am I got, oh no. Not the right one, this one, there we go. Now, give me the filters, edit the filters. There we go. Similarity until it hit the threshold. And I'll wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Oh, there we go. Do we have that? Ah, there's the threshold. There we go. Perfect. So, that's the thing. So, if we come over here, what I just realized is instead of kro, kra, and kri, what we can have is ko, koa, koi, or ko, koa, koi, which sounds a little more cuter, like Japanese. So yes, Australica also takes inspiration from Japanese as well. So we have that. This is something that I will update afterwards. Ka, ta, ko, koa, koi, se. So we have that. Now we can move on to the next part. Alrighty. Let's see. What's next? Modification characters. Alright, so that's the part. Modification characters. So for example, let's say, oh, thanks for the follow, Biocos. And yes, we're talking about Australica and conlanging, but whatever. So let's see if we jump back to Chinese. There we go. Anyway, how's your days been? Alright, so if we take a look at sea again, or ocean again, you can see, that's not a pun, whatever. You can see, other than just dot dot kick, we have this like right hand side part over here, just to specify, okay, it's not just any water, it's sea. Okay? So if in Chinese we have this like right hand side thing, in Australica we will have modification characters, just to like make sure and specify what is going on. And let me see if I can turn our similarity back. There we go. Alright, there we go. Because I just saw this like red part being a little bit odd. But yeah, now we have that. So yeah, modification characters. Just to like getting attached to the radicals or the fundamental part symbols. Then we have that. Alright. So the first thing first. Kashi. Now we're finally going to talk about something a little bit more interesting. Alright, excuse me. So first thing first, kashi, or can be abbreviated as ka. There we go. First thing first. General direction. That is the moment where we say left, right, up, down, front, and back. Now, here's the neat part. Here's the neat part. The way you write it, okay, let me see if I can pull out Sai or you know what? I'm going to do it Microsoft Paint this time. Let's see if I can do it. I wonder. Okay, I'm not going to type it in Chinese because I don't need that at the moment. There we go. Microsoft Paint. And then we'll just go whoop. Now we're just gonna wait for it to like open up. Oh Lord. Oh boy. Alright. Let me see if I can. Image properties. Oh boy, I still remember this. Alright, anyway. Let's go to 1K. There we go. Now, if I were to like paint this thing black, there we go. Hey, now you can see me or whatsoever. Or I can just there we go, that will do it. Okay, now we can just alright, there we go. So now if I open up this and then I just go there we go. Now that's our little whiteboard beside us. Or I can just go a little bit smaller. I want oh, that's the smallest size we can go. Never mind. Alright, so here's the thing. Once you have written oh lord, that is a thinner line. Can we make it thicker? Brush. Oh lord. How do we make it thicker? Now that's the question though. How? Let's see. Let's take a look. Oh lord. Oh, nasty. Oh, wait. Oh, it's beside over here. Okay, I didn't notice that. Okay. Oh, there we go. Now, that's our brush size. Okay, so there we go. There we have it. So, the way that you would write left, right, up, down, front, back in Australica is you first write kashi. Okay? And then let's see. Hope. And then what you do is if you want to say left, alright, point it over here. That is left. If you want to point it on the right, right. Up, down, front, back. See? That's the way of like how you write up, down, left, right, front, back in Australica. And the way you pronounce it also follows a rule. So here's the thing. Let's see if I can like zoom in though. Okay, let me see. If I were to hit F11 on this thing, oh, perfect. Alright, let's see if I can zoom in. There we go, perfect. Now you can see. Oh wait, oh, okay, this is a bug I will fix. I will remove the letter X over here. It is not supposed to be there. Oh wait, no. It's, oh, I'm missing the letter I or oh yeah. Okay, I will remove the letter X over here afterwards. But the way you do it is, if it's were to be left right, your consonant is R, and then if you go up down, your consonant is T or Ta, and then if you go front and back, oh, this is another bug I will fix. It should be K. Yep. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh, I will fix it. But the way that you would do it is, if you open up Unity, if you open up Unity, like, okay, let's go. Where is my eraser? Where is my eraser? Ah, there we go. What? Huh? Wait a second. I thought. Huh. Interesting. This is behaving it a little bit differently than I thought. Huh. Okay. Well, back to sketching. Or back to brushes. There we go. Let's have an extra layer. Uh-oh. Nope. Edit huh? What does that mean? What does that mean? Alright, anyway, back to this. Oh, there we go. There we have it. Now we're just gonna say, okay. Now we're back to this. Perfect. So we just do this, and then we just go, alright, good. That's the thing what we need. That's what we need. Okay. So, if you open up in Unity, we have our gizmo. This one is right hand side. And then we have up and down. And then we have front and back. And then the rest just like negate, negate, negate. Okay? So this is Unity's coordinate system. Now here's the thing. If you want to say something like left and right, your consonant should be R. If you want to say something like up and down, then that's T, because your tongue is like touching at the top of your ceiling. And then if you want to say front and back, you say K, because you did use your back of your throat to say something, and then you just throw some of the gas into the front. I'm not quite sure if this is a good way to explain it, but here we have it. Now, here's the thing. If it's on the positive side, then it's ka. Then it's a. So if you want to say right, then it's ra. If you want to say front, then it's ka. If you want to say up, then it's ta. Otherwise, in Australica, and one of the convention we have is the alternative of a is e. So the alternative of ta is te. Alternative of ka is ke. Alternative of ra is re. So we have that. And then every time if you want to like fully know, like fully speak, like what ta or ka or ra you're referring to, because soon afterwards there could be other words using ta, ka, or ra as well. The way that you would say it is by saying kata or kaka, although it does not sound good in Spanish or whatsoever, but this is Australica. Sometimes things may sound alike and sounds completely wrong in other languages, and this happens. And over here, just say kara or kare, and then we have kake and kate. Just to say left, right, up, down, front, back. And then let's just say if one day you forgot how to say, let's say front, or let's say left, okay? You know, left falls under the kashi group, so you know we need a ka at the front. And then it's right and left, so we know the consonant is R. And then left is the alternative or the negative version of right, or along the x-axis. So you know your vowel is e. So we have kare. So in this case, I will fix it, remove the x over here, and all that stuff. Alright, so we have that. Next. Variants. Okay. The first thing when we talk about space is preposition or direction. Now, this symbol over here, it means direction. Originally, it means arrow, but yes, this has the meaning of direction. Okay? So one of them is preposition, another one of them is direction. Preposition is more like describing a location of something, and direction, it's more like, okay, what are you facing? Facing to the left, facing to the right, or whatsoever. Preposition is something like how many units to the left or something, or it's on the left hand side or something, or which part it is. And then this one over here, and yes, it's clary. So when space got quantized, it becomes, it could be a length, it could be area, it could be volume. So you have that. And then you just combine the words and all that stuff. And what is this thing up here? We will take care of that afterwards. That's preposition. Okay, let's see. So the first thing, preposition. The first thing is area specification. So this is actually something that not exactly all the language will take care of it, but some of the language will struggle it in order to specify what was going on. Like, I referring, is it like inside or outside or in between or at the edge, at the rim or whatsoever. And then we can also mention how many dimensions we are referring to. Is it on a single straight line, or a flat plane, or you're in a shopping complex where you get to have like crazy elevators and or escalators and all that stuff. So yeah, area specification, it can be inside or inside sticking at the boundary or right at the boundary or on the surface or outside. And one example over here is like when we want to say my right side, if it were to be right inside, then it's the inner guts, but the right part of it. If it's touching at the edge, okay, could be skin, vessels, capillaries, all that stuff, like your right hand side of it. Okay. If it were to be a let's see, if it were to be at the edge, well, then that's actually your skin, the right part of your skin. Like, you imagine like your whole body is separated left and right. and then the right part, and then like the skin, but the right part of it. And then the surface, well, the outside of the skin, and then outside, it could be outside, it could be beside you. Like for example, if you want to say your classmate is like sitting on your right hand side, well, he or she is definitely on the outside of you, so definitely use this. That's for sure. Unless he or she is touching you, then you might end up using this. Okay. Next thing, spatial dimensions. So this is extremely useful. Once you know your dimension context, at least you know what is going on. Like if you're like lining up in a line, that's a 1D line. Like you're queuing in order to buy stuff, and then you want to say your friend is right behind you, not on a 2D flat plane, not in a shopping complex, but in a queue. Then yeah, you use 1D. If you have 2D, you might be like trying to like explain, okay, on a 2D flat plane, it could be on the Cartesian plane and all that stuff. Or if let's say you're like standing on the mountain top and then you just want to say, oh, north is behind me or something whatsoever. Yeah, you can use that in this case, because in this case you're referring to your left, right, and front, back. You don't have anything to talk about up and down, so in that case it would be two-dimensional. For three-dimensional, you might be living in an apartment or a shopping complex whatsoever, and you just want to say, alright, I'm at the third floor, but at your front a little bit to the right, then yeah, you can use that. Alright, so we have that. Direction. And yes, we talked about this a little bit while earlier. It's just generally, most of the time, we just simply just use the gizmo symbol with a dot on it. But if you really want to like specify, hey, as a direction, not a preposition, not a quantifier or anything, then yeah. If you want to like make it really clear, you have this ara. Okay. Next, space units. This is something that we will work on afterwards. Okay. Space getting quantized. Down here, over here is how much dimension we're referring to, because okay, let's see. Because according to what we know, is we have, let's say, meters. That's your length, or you can have meter square. That is your surface, or you can have meter cube. Now you know it's a volume. Okay, so the same thing happens over here. Is it a 1D unit or 2D unit or 3D unit? And then over here we have what we call our space segment list. But I would say the space segment list is something we will take care afterwards. We haven't reached there yet, because in order to like measure something, we need a base unit. Like we need to like refer something, like for example, the way that a meter is defined, it's based on like, you take Earth and you go from North Pole to the equator, and then you chop it up into a lot of parts, and then you take one of them and then you just say, okay, that is 1 meter. Well, I cannot directly remind myself if that is correct or not, but it is based on the planet, and this is why if you go look it up on Google, Mirror, the name Mirror, is inspired or derives from the Greek name, which has something to do with ground or land, which is the god of land or ground or soil. I don't know. It has something to do with that. So yeah, space segments contains two parts. Yep. This one over here, you will use it to say, okay, what unit we are using. Are we using meters? Are we using kilometers? Are we using nanometers or millimeters and all that stuff? Now, down over here, it's almost something like a fraction thing. Like you can treat this whole thing as a fraction. Like down here is the denominator and up here is the nominator in this case. So down here you chop up the unit into several parts and then you just say, okay, how many parts you want it. And then if your divider is 1, then you can know, okay, we're talking about whole units over here. Okay, perfect. And so far the available units we have is what we call distance of light, or kaklali. Kaklali. So in this case, pronunciation inspired by Kashi, Klari, Lira. And then Lira is something we will take care in the next chapter. But basically all it means is the distance for light to travel in one krone second. And what is krone or krona? This is actually something I will fix afterwards as well. It should be krona. So this is something that we will fix as well. Like, oh boy, most of these stuff will be fixed once we have reached the Kosrano or Koa or Ko chapter. Basically, light travel in 1 chronosecond. So far, what is a chronosecond? We will take care of that. But basically, at least we know a single chronosecond is this amount of human seconds. And just multiply this thing, which is the speed of light. So there we have it. 1 lyrameter is this amount of meters. And yes, we are way too small compared to the size of the universe. Now, I remember there's this like one thing I said, something like oh boy, what was it again? The speed of light is not fast. It is just we are too minuscule. There we go. We have that. So yeah. So once you put this unit at the center, now you can start dividing stuff or whatsoever, and then multiply it, like, and treat it like a fraction or whatsoever. So we have that. Ah, another thing. Yep. I might not call it krone. It should be krona. This is something I definitely need to fix. But yes, distance of hydrogen atomic distance. So here's the thing. A single hydrogen atom has a diameter of this much. Multiply it by 2 to the power of 32. Then we have this. This is 1 chronometer. Not lyrameter, chronometer. And if you pull out your ruler, it's somewhere around like almost 45 centimeters and all that stuff. And yep, once again, we'll take care of this afterwards. Alright, and guess what? Back in the days, I did try to came up with this. And this thing is heavily inspired by English, Chinese, and Japanese. And you can see all of them right here. So yeah, it's actually quite stupid. Like, okay, we start from this. But guess what? We did ended up with this, which is way elegant. So yeah, we have that. And we are ready to move on to the next chapter. Yay! Tashi, time. Alright, let me drink my tea a little bit. Alright, cool. Next. Tashi, or sometimes ABBV as ta. So we just got this thing at the front. Alright, so every time when you see ta or tashi, at least you know, or you can guess, it has something to do with time, which is a very abstract construct though. And sadly, I have to admit, I still do not fully understand time, but yeah, whatever. Neither do you all. Alright, first thing first, modifier slots. So almost like Kashi, we also have the slots just to fill in the blanks, just to tell you, hey, more information about this thing. And then the first slot that we can fill in it's either a position of time or a duration. And then over here we have the time segment list, which is almost alike as the previous one. So if we come here and take a look, and then let me see if I can like zoom in. There we go, perfect. So first, position versus duration. This is a important concept. Like when I say 03.45.16, do I mean 3 hours 45 minutes 16 seconds? Or I'm referring to a moment. So in this case, we will reuse some of the symbols that we already know or have. So in order to talk about positions or a moment, we already have that. And yes, it's kashi again. And if we want the duration or the quantification of time, then yes, we have clari again. So we have either taka or takla. So we have that. So here's an example. We want to say 3 o'clock, we would say taka. If we want to say 3 hours, then we would just say, okay, takla. Alright, next, time segment list. Which is almost the same stuff. Over here, we have our unit, fill in the blanks. Denominator, nominator, yeah, works like a fraction whatsoever. Now, here's the thing. Since Astralica is based on science, and it's meant to be universal, we will not exactly always use hour or second or day as our unit, because a day on Earth is not a day on Jupiter, is not a day on Neptune or Pluto. No, they are different. Time unit in our culture is based on the rotation and the orbit of our planets. So here's the thing. How do you define a day? the time it takes for Earth to rotate around once. That's a day. What's an hour? You take a day, you chop it up into 24 pieces, and that one piece is an hour. How do you define a minute? You take 1 hour, chop it up into 60 pieces. One piece in this case is a minute. Define a second. Take a minute, chop it up into 60 pieces again. That one piece you have is a second. Nanosecond, millisecond, using the same idea. Okay, whatever. But it's all based on the rotation of our planet. Now here's the problem. What will happen if Earth starts to spin a little bit quicker or slower? Now that's a problem now. Your length is based on planet, and what is used to be 1 second now may not be 1 second in the future. That's the sad part, and that's why if you open up your television or whatsoever, when you watch the news, you might wondering, alright, how do we know what's the time? Like every time when you turn on your TV and then watch the news or whatsoever, but I doubt anyone to do that anymore. What they used to do, or what they are still doing now, is they have what they call an atomic clock. Okay? They have this atomic clock. What is inside is they have cesium. CS. If I remember correctly, you go take a look at the periodic table. It's the 133rd element in that thing. And they use this in order to keep track of, okay, how many oscillation of this atom, then you define that as a single second. So we have that. Okay. Now we almost use the same idea over here. Now the only problem is cesium. I would say it's an arbitrary element that we the humans have picked, just because it somehow the vibration, the multiply of it, one of the multiply of it, is the closest to a second. And that's sad. It's an arbitrary choice. But yeah. So in Australica, we will try to fix it. So down over here, of course, we have our good old year, good old day, good old minute. And yep, it's based on planet. And this one resembles, like, you have this planet over here. It orbits around once. Okay, that's a year. This is our planet over here. Rotate around once. Okay, that's a day. Minute. Alright. It's a moment, so it's worth half of the hourglass whatsoever. But I would say this minute thing over here is actually slightly stupid, so well, we'll see afterwards. Alright, let's see. So over here, it's almost the same idea. We have Tashi over here, and then we have Clary over here, so at least we know, oh, okay, it's a quantity, it's a duration, not a moment, not a position, or okay, so in this case, for how much? Alright, now we know, okay, this thing is a year, okay, divide it into one piece, and then I want one of them, so we know this is 1 year. And then this is also a year, but chop it up into 12 pieces, and I want 2 of them. That's actually 2 months. And then I want a day. Chop it up into one piece. I want 3 pieces of them. That's 3 days. And then I also want a single day as well. Oh wait, chop it up into 24 pieces. 1/8 in base 16 is 24 in base 10. And then we want 4 pieces of it. That's 4 hours. A minute, chop it into one piece. I want 5 of them as 5 minutes. A single minute, chop it up into like 312 or 60 in base 10. And then I want 6 of them. That's 6. That's 6 seconds. Oh boy, that was a tongue twister. Okay, so we have that. That's how you would write duration, or that's how you would time tell in Nastralica. And then you just pronounce it, number, and then the unit, and then number, and then number, unit, number, and then so on. And then this one over here, we have our atomic base units. And then, yes. And chrono will be covered in the next one. Oh yeah, it's the next chapter. Yes. Okay, good. So we have our chrono seconds, chrono minutes, chrono hours, chrono day as well. 다시 chrono no ni ne na. And yes, they do follow a pattern, they do follow a logic, and this is why we have this. Or takrono, takroni, takrone, takrona. Yep, that's how you say the units. Now, here's the thing. These 4 units, they have a relationship of 24. Like 64 chronoseconds is 1 minute. 64 chrono minutes is 1 chrono hour. 64 chrono hours is 1 chrono day. And so on. And just in case, down over here, we have the math just to show you, okay, what does it feels like to have a chronosecond? Somewhere around 3 and then a little bit more seconds. A chrono minute, somewhere around 3 minutes, something like that. A chrono hour, that's 3 hours, 26 minutes, 25 seconds, a little bit more. A single chrono day, 9 Earth days, 4 Earth hours, 11 Earth minutes, and 0.76 Earth seconds, or I would say human seconds whatsoever. And how is chrono defined? What you would do is you take okay, according to Wikipedia, frequency of the electron spin flip of a hydrogen atom at its ground state is this much hertz. So this also means in a single second you have shook this many times. This also means that I can split a single second into this much. Now, a chronosecond is defined to be, you take the same hydrogen atom and you let it shake whatsoever for 2 to the power of 32 oscillations. So you multiply them together, you have this. So yeah, there we go. And this thing is actually heavily inspired by the atomic time unit on the golden record on the Voyager. And yes. And then here's one of the weird conventions. Sometimes, okay, this is actually a bug that I will fix afterwards, because you might end up with a vague expression. Like, you don't know if it's like a fraction or a compact fraction. Over here, you have our unit. But down over here, it's something like you predefined that this thing is were to be separated into how many pieces. And then down here is something like how many pieces you have. And then up here is how many the whole thing you have. Oh wait, I almost forgot. This segment tells you, okay, we're using the compact version of it. Cool. Every time when you see Kosura, since we know Kosura has the meaning of information, then we know, oh, giving it information of where are we, or something like that, or what modes are we using. Then we know we have to use this instead of the fraction up here. Okay? So we have that. Um, what else? Here's another example. So since we know this one is chrono minutes, up here is chrono minutes, and then we already know it is predefined since they have a relationship of 64. Down over here, it must be chrono seconds, and we know they have a relationship of 64. Same goes for chrono days as well. So we have that. Alright, next. Yes, chrono matter. Alright. Excuse me. Alright. Krosno or Kro. Or soon later afterwards, I will update it and then call it Kuo or Kou. Alright. So, oh lord. Yep, we have all of these stuff. So, we will start from the ground up. Quantum fields, that is chrono. Chro, no. The 0th level of it. So yeah, in quantum physics, we have all sorts of different fields. And this is actually something I learned recently. And this actually helps to understand why sometimes a single particle can be interpreted as a wave or whatsoever. But yeah, it's actually quite elegant though. And we will talk about it because the next thing is the subatomic particles. And the way that we can understand it is something like when we have an excitement in that field, we will interpret that excitement as a particle. So, for example, if we have an excitement in the electromagnetic field, we will see that particle as a photon. We will see that excitement as a photon. So we have that. And then, yes, we have the quarks, the leptons, the bosons, and yes, this is the Higgs boson. Oh boy, and this is actually what gives us mass. Otherwise, oh lord. Not gonna end up well. Alright, moving on. Next. Chronet. Protons and neutrons. Sometimes those subatomic particles, some of them, they can clump up together and end up as something. So we have this. Protons and neutrons. Next thing. The atom, which is chrona, which is actually the classical building blocks that we all know. You have your electron, you have your neutron, and your what was it again? The nucleus. We have the neutron. What was it again? Oh boy. Yes, protons. Yep. So yeah, and you can see the symbol is derived from how should I say this? The electron shell of an atom. So we have that. And you want to go even higher? Molecules. Now you group them together. Krolok. Now when you have more molecules together, you either have gas, which is Crowley, Or you have even more. Now you have liquid, which is crole. And then you have even more, and then you just squish them together, and you might end up solid. Crole. Yeah, that's what we have. Three states of matter. Now you might be thinking, okay, where's plasma? Plasma is somewhere around in between molecules and being gas. But yeah, so far we only take care of these. And down over here, we have some of the subcategories that also falls under Cosrano. We have light, which is Lyra, inspired by our candlelight. And then we have electricity, Kisa. The shape, very explanatory. Magi, or mass. And this one over here is our scale, or the weight, that you can put things on it and you can just know, okay, how much mass this thing has, because that's actually in the past, that's the way, like, how we can know how much matter we have on this thing. Next thing, heat, inspired by the shape of the flame. And then Crowley, gas in this case. But this one over here, it's going to talk about sound, but I might change this afterwards, because after all, sound, it's actually wave, and wave does not need to like get limited by air. It can also travel along solids or liquids as well. So we might change that in the end. We don't know. We'll take a look at that. Same thing over here. And yes, Crowley and Hiara used to have different symbols. Alright, next, light. And this is actually where we talk about colors. So here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. This is actually something I'm extremely proud of. If we go on Google and we just start typing in, here's the thing. Now, let's just type color and then see what will come up. And we just go images. Because here's the thing, here's a problem that most of the languages do struggle with. Every time when we come across a color, either we borrow a name from something that has that color, or we just come up with a weird name out of nowhere. So like, for example, like, look at this. Look at this. We have yellow, yellow orange. That's marigold. Okay, and then orange. And guess what? The reason we call orange orange is because we have a fruit which has this color, and we call it orange, and therefore this color is called orange. And if you have an argument which is the other way around, it's okay, it's fair. And then also, the reason why this is called violet is because there are flowers which looks like this. And what are those flower called? Violet. So they call it this way. And why yellow is pronounced as yellow, I don't know. Why red is pronounced as red or spelled as red, I don't know. Why blue is written as blue, I don't know. Does it follow any pattern at all? Does it follow any logic at all? Sadly, no. And guess what? Chinese is not off the hook as well. 红橙黄绿蓝靛紫. They do not sound right, and the moment when you write them out, they do not look right as well. Same goes for Japanese as well. Japanese, the color does not actually make sense so well. Like, alright, fine, we have aka, we have ao, we have kiro, we have midori. Why? No idea. And even if we take a look at Tokipona, Tokipona is even weaker. If we take a look at that, like, like, look at this. Look at this. Tokipona only has three hues: loye, yellow, lasso. That's all you have. And then you want even more? Walo, Pimeya. That's all the colors you have in Tokipona. What happens if you want to like start combining them? Okay, yeah, fine. Now the only problem becomes when I say okay, like according to this chart over here, okay? According to this chart over here, if I want to say green, do I say yellow or do I say lasso? I don't know. If I want to say purple, do I say loye or lasso? I could be like combining both of them together. Now the only problem is, as I want more specific colors, how can I say it? So it becomes a huge long list mess. However, that's not the case for Astralica. That's not the case for Astralica, and I am proud of it that I managed to figure this out. Now, your very first instinct would be something like, alright, whatever. Why not just use RGB? Simple as that. Why not use RGB? And guess what? RGB is one of the ways that you can say colors in Astralica. But the very first thing that we have is not RGB, it's HSV, or hue, saturation, vibrance. And we need to like focus on hues first. Because soon once we get the hue correct, we can just make saturation and vibrance their own sliders or parameters. But yeah. So first thing first, we know Lyra is light, inspired by candlelight. Yep, we know that. Hue. So here's the thing. When you want to say hue, which is the noun, you say kro li ta. Kro from krosno or kuo in the later version afterwards, and then li for lira, and then ta for tashi. So we have that, krolita. Now, here's the only sad part is we need to like come up with like pure color names or the primary color names arbitrarily. That's a sad part. But yeah. And I would say, I have to admit, colors like this one over here is human centered. It's not universal, because I know if, okay, here's the case. If Dr. Neil Tyson were to watch this stream, he will not be happy with this construct, because red is what we can see, green is what we can see, blue is what we can see. What about the others? The others are actually the same thing. It's just our eyes cannot see them. Infrared, we cannot see it, but it's also a color. Ultraviolet, it's almost the same thing. It's also one of the colors. It's just we cannot see it. Sad, but reasonable at the same time. So I would say the color system we have over here is human centered. And let's just say, what if someone else, some other species, which has 4 cone cells, because we human, we have 3 types of cone cells, red, green, and blue cone cells, and that's how we actually see colors. But what if someone else has 4 cone cells and each of them they interpret colors differently? Oh, now they might need to use a slightly different idea. But this system can be expanded or generalized, and soon you'll see. So first thing first is to come up with arbitrary name for different primary colors: red, green, blue, rahaka, nawari, kochosa. So we have that. Now we just crop it. The crop version for red, ra. Crop version for green, na. Crop version for blue, ka. Their emphasized version, ha, wa, and sa. When will we use those? You'll see. So, to construct our color wheel, we first have this. Okay? Very lovely color wheel. As you can see, we have red over here, green over here, blue over here, and yeah, we have those tick marks around. And then for every 60 degrees we have, we chop it up into 8 parts. So yeah. Step 2. What's on the other side? Like on this segment over here, that is where red covers. On this side over here is where green covers. On this side over here is where blue covers. So we have this whole thing over here, ra. This whole thing over here, na. This whole thing over here, ka. So we have that. So another thing. Yep, there we go. Step 2 is to have, okay, now we're going to describe how closer are you to the primary color. So if you're really far away from the primary color, you get your vowel o. And as you're closer to the primary color, you have o, i, e, and a. As you can see, the pattern arises again. So if we go from yellow to red, we have no, or ro, ri, re, ra, or ro, ri, re, ra. And then, if you want to say, I'm perfectly red, then in the end, you can just say, okay, add a ha at the end, raha, which means perfectly red. If you want to say perfectly green, that's nawa. Perfectly blue, that's kasa. That's why we need our emphasized segment as well. So we have that. Now, the problem becomes, okay, when I say red, am I referring to this red over here? Or am I referring to this one down over here? Is it orange? Or is it almost magenta? So we have to specify if it's the one closer to nawa, or it's the one closer to kasa. So now we start to like mention, okay, we know it's ra, but it's the one which is closer to na. So we know, oh, it's on the green side. So which is almost something like, okay, we have red and then a tiny little bit of green. It's on the green side instead of the blue side. So if we go from yellow to red, we have rona, rina, rena, rana. And then if we are perfectly red, we just go raha. Perfect. And if you go from violet to red, we have kora. Oh wait, no, roka, rika, reka, raka, and raha. So there we have it. The same idea goes around. And so let's just say you suddenly forgot what is this like color code. You can derive it. You know it's nawa. And then you are somewhere around a little bit far away, so at least you know, okay, it's ne something. But which side it is? Oh, the red side. So it's nera. And you know, that is chartreuse. There we go. So we have that. And the way that you want to say it, we just go krosno, lira, tashi, and then the hue name. But yep, once again, if you want to just say it, krolita, and then the hue name. Even shorter, you just go lita. Because we definitely know, okay, you're talking about colors, you must be talking about or referring to objects or whatsoever. Then yeah. Next thing, luminance, saturation, and opacity. So all of them, they share the same radical. We have Krosno on the left, we have Lyra on the top right. What is different is the bottom right. We have Kashi, we have Ara, we have Clary. Why Kashi over here? What is luminance? Amplitude, to be honest. That is something like describing how shaky it is. That is like describing how much the light got shook along space. So that's why we have it. Saturation would be something like, if we go back to the color wheel over here, if we were to treat what is at the center as very neutral, not green, not red, not blue, it's white or black, then it has no direction. The bigger your vector, the more pure your color becomes. So that's why we have this. And then opacity, that's the amount of color you smack on something. The more color you smack on, it becomes more opaque. The more you take away, the more transparent it becomes. So we have that, which technically speaking, this thing is actually just the alpha value. So yeah, we have that. And finally, now we have RGBA. This is also one way to say it. But here's the thing. If you want to say the hue of it, at the front you just say Krolita. Then you know, okay, Krolita, it's hue. If you want to say RGB, the way we would signify, okay, it's RGB. The way we do it is we have Ra and then Na and then Ka, which means literally RGB. And then you crop it a little bit and then you end up with Ranka. That's the way you're saying, okay, this is RGB. So at least you know. Alright, the rest of these are just numbers. And then these numbers has a specific range. Either you can have single digit from 0 to F, or you can have single digit but from 0 to 4, or you can have double digit and it's 0 to F. So like up over here, it's just 0 to F, and then you just go from none to full blast. Single digit quad, you just go 0 to 4. Double digit, it's like the normal color code that we all know. So that's why when you want to say something extremely red, ultra red, you go FF 0000 FF. That is like ultra red, and it's completely opaque, and it's emissive as well. So that's the way you would say it. And just in case, if you were to like use quad, like the four, just four, like 0 to 4, we have ha, and then ra re ri ro, wa na ne ni no, sa ka ke kiko, and tra ta te ti to. And there we have it. Although what is a little bit sad is the consonant itself. It's a little bit arbitrary, but sometimes if we want pattern to arise, sometimes we do need arbitrary stuff. It's almost something like an axiom. Like when you start building blocks in math, you need an axiom. You need to start from somewhere else and you start building from there. Like for example, if you know pagan numbers, like alright, let's see if I can bring this thing. Whoop. So if we take a look at pagan numbers, whoop, I just go we. or see if I can just rub it off, because we don't need this, or we just go Control A, delete. There we go, perfect. Now we just go draw it. Okay, so here's the thing, packet numbers. The way it works is something like, how can you define numbers? How do you define number? How do you define what is 0? How do you define what is 1, what is 2, what is 3, and so on? What we have is, we will define an empty set. Okay? It's a set. What does it has? Nothing. And then you define as, okay, that's 0. Alright. Now I'm going to duplicate it. So once you duplicate it, you have this. Once you duplicate it, and then you make a union of it, of what is inside and what you have duplicated. And what you would end up is, you have a set with an empty set. And we define this as 1. Do the same thing again. Duplicate this whole thing. Duplicate this whole thing. And then union it with what is inside and with what you have duplicated. And you define this as 2. And repeat the same thing again. Duplicate the whole thing, union it with what's inside, and then you have what is 3. And then you keep on going, and then you define numbers like this. But all of these can be done. All of this can only be done only if at the very beginning you do agree that 0 is the empty set. And then you define that process as what they call the successor function. Successor of 0, you got 1. Successor of 1, you got 2. And all that stuff, it all tumbles down only if you define these two things. So we have that. In order for a pattern to fall together, you will need something arbitrary to start with. That's the sad thing. But it's the only way that we can do it. Alright, so we have this. Next, of course, other than RGBA, we have HLSA. And then, because HLS has something to do with how much you shook in a certain time, and then how pure your vector is, and then how bright or how much space you're taking up. So we have tashi, ara, tashi, or taraka, or even shorter, tarka. So every time when you say crossly tarka, then you know, okay, it's HSLA. For the hue, we just do the ring thing over here. And then for the saturation and luminance and alpha value, ranges from 0 to F. So we have that. And then, fun fact, because there are way too many characters over here, some of them, their names end up here. Like for example, if you know Vocaloid, Rana is one of the Vocaloids. Rina, from one of the anime who cannot talk, but uses the notebook just to say stuff and then draw emotions on it. We have it over here. If you watch Ruby from Team Juniper, we have Nora, which in Astralica it means yellow. Hanako over here, So ha is like completely perfectly red. That would be a slightly little bit green, and then ko is like literally no blue. So at least you know, okay, it's marigold. It's marigold. Hanako means marigold in Australica. Here we have Kona-chan, which has the meaning of cyan. Kana-chan over here is almost Azer. Detroit Become Human. Kara is almost violet. Rika. Oh boy. I cannot remember from which anime it's from, but I do recognize that face. And of course, if you're a fan of Porter Robinson, his wife, Rika, end up here as well. The only difference is, if I remember correctly, Rika has her name double K. This one is single K, but they do sound alike. Whatever. So yeah, we have that. And of course, you might also able to name your characters based on this. So yeah, there we go. This is actually something I'm extremely proud of myself. Like, just with these, you get to say this many amount of colors. And guess what? Even okay, Raha, that is red. Okay, I can say almost every color over here has its English translation. However, the English translation do not have any logic. So here we go. We have red, vermilion, orange, marigold, yellow, and then chartreuse, neon green, green, slightly darker green. But I would say over here it's turquoise, and okay, over here is turquoise, cyan, aquamarine, azer, almost navy, blue. We're getting there. Violet, purple, and then not quite sure. Magenta, slightly reddish magenta, and all the way back to red. There we go. Even English cannot fill in the blank, but Australica fills this up for you. So we have that, and yeah, and this one over here, since Australica is started like back at 2020, I remember during this date, I was like at a classroom with no one in there, and I was like trying to see, okay, if I can try describing colors by using RGBA or YMCK, and then just almost use the same idea over here. But yeah, it was a disaster. So, nope, thanks. Alright, next chapter. Khosra. And after this, we will have covered everything we have so far in the standardized version of Astrolica. And then we will have the fun part where we get to design the next thing that we will tackle. So first, Khosra, which has something to do with information or knowledge or conscious mind, passion, spirit, whatever. That's what makes us unique. So that's Khosra. Or afterwards can be abbreviated as Koa. Alright, let's see. First thing, request and respond, and then word structure, and then information specification. Alright, request and respond. Most of the time when we like exchange information, okay, either we are going to ask for information or we are going to provide information. So when you're requesting, you're asking it, you're facing your hand, palm, like your palm is facing upside. You're requesting it. So yep, we have the symbols just to say, okay, it's request. And then when you provide it, you give something from upwards to downwards. So that's provide. And inspired from Kashi, when we want to say up down, we have kashita or kashite or kata or kate. So we take ta and te over here and then smoosh it together, and then we have krata or krate. Or maybe afterwards we will end up with koata and koate. So we have that. Next, word structure. So over here we have our kosra, and then this one up over here, well, we can just say, okay, am I asking for information or am I providing for information? So that's ta or te. And then down over here, this gives you the idea of what am I asking for or what am I answering. And this one over here, you can fill in one of the fundamental types as well. So here, like, yeah, so down over here, here are some of the examples. Information, you're asking for it about position or location. So translated to English, it's actually where. Information, you're requesting it about time, but the position of it, you're asking about when did it happen. Information, asking about it. What are you asking about? Objects. What is what you want to know. Information, asking for it about a person or a living being. You're asking about who. And then the same things happens over here. Why is you're asking for a reason, and this symbol over here means something like a reason or something what causes it. And then if you're asking a process, like you're like asking how something is being done. As you can see, this symbol over here is actually inspired by Seyane. And then you just take the stem of it. That's the process. And then over here you have information given the cause. That is the word because. Information given the result. Translated to English, we can have so or therefore. So we have that. And I would say it's elegant. All of these, where, when, what, who, why, how, because, so, therefore. All of these, although some of them, most of them, they do start with W, but some of them, they did start with H or B or S or T or whatsoever. In Australica, it follows the pattern. Kra, ta or te, and then the fundamental type. Ka, ta, or kri, kro, or maybe something like sa. Oh no, wait, it's se. And then in the future chapters, we will know that the reason is seke. The process is seko. And then the outcome is seka. So we have that. As you can see, ko. As you can see, we have ke, ko, ka, and yes, it's inspired by kashi again. So we have that. For now, over here, this is everything we have in Australica. So, yay! Congrats! For those who have been watching at the very beginning until at this point, congrats! You now know everything about the standardized version of Australica. And guess what? Australica is not a complete conlang. It's not completed yet. Okay? So, today, what we are going to do is to design a part of it. And I would say, that's the fun part. Alrighty then. We don't need the dark background anymore. Now we just start typing. So, at least over here, at least now we know. Oh lord. Okay, there we go. Now we know. Soon afterwards, I will need to update create to koi. There we go. Yep, perfect. Alright. So, the first thing that we will tackle today, we have two things to tackle today. First thing first, koi, which is the living being, or us in this case. We have to take care of pronouns, or we also have to take care body parts. So that's the thing, like hand, eye, mouth, all that stuff. Yeah. Okay. So let's take care about pronouns. Let's see if we can like figure it out how to deal with it. Alright, so pronouns. Pronouns. In this case, we are not going to take care about gender in this case. And oh boy, according to the current situation of what we have is we have way too many gender, and that becomes a problem now. You have way too many pronouns in order to memorize or to deal with. So in Australica, okay, for those who falls under LGBTQIA plus Sigma Star, all you need to consider is your chromosome. Okay? Yeah. Because that's actually what's defined you to be male or female in this case. And sadly enough, English, by default, the default gender is male. And then in order to make it the alternative version, you add FE at the front of it in order to make male female, which is a little bit unfair for a female. So in this case, what Australica is trying to achieve also as well is going to be something universal and neutral and fair for everyone to use it. Okay. So that's the hard part. So, pronouns. I would say, first we need to know, we need to know a few stuff of what we're dealing with. Are we talking about, oh lord. Let's see. Are we talking about first, second, third? That has already been easily taken care of, which we just go no, ni, and ne. I wonder if I just control V. Yep, I still have this thing in my clipboard. Perfect. So this thing already taken care. We go no, ni, or ne. Okay. Now the quantity. Quantity. Is it like singular or plural? Ooh. Also, once again, we go for ni or something. I don't know. Maybe we can go with ni versus. Oh wait, no, 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 no. No should be no one. So ni, ne, and then na. There we go. Ni is one, and then more. Oh lord. Hmm. What if? What if we say? You know what? I'm going to have a little fun over here. So, what if we just say, okay, it's ni until ta. Noninena, lorilela, dodideda, and totiteta. If you can count exactly how many of them there are. Or you just go ra. Because in Australica we do have ra e ro, just to say, okay, if it's million, billion, or trillion or whatsoever, but yeah. Or okay, let's just say, if I were to say C, because so si se sa. Okay, we have that. Yeah, we can have that. We can have that. Um, in this case, let me use ni, ne, na. This is like I or we. Ne is like you. Na is like he, she, it, they, whatever. The third one. Okay, next. Quantity. If it were to be singular, easy. We just go ni. If we go from plural, it could be 2 to 15. We go from ne to ta. Or if we go unknown but lower than 16, approx, then we use C. Or if we just go a huge crowd, then we just go ra. So we have that. Perfect. Okay, okay. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Also, I want. Oh, wait. I think I have an idea. I think I have an idea. Hee. Hee. There we go. Hehe. There is one thing that I liked so much. Okay. In this case, I will open up Obsidian. So what Obsidian is, it's a note-making software. What it does is it uses Markdown in order to like make stuff easier to look at or edit or whatsoever. But the only difference is you can have a whole whatever this is, and then what is right in front of me is what I would call a friend map. Because yes, I do use Obsidian to keep track of my friends and all that stuff. But yeah, let's manage the vault. And then let's see. I want to manage the vault. Do I have that thing? Ah, yes. Alright, let's make a vault out of nowhere. Whoop. Let's see. Let's create a new vault. Vault name, let's call it Astralica Obsidian. And then let's browse it. Let's see. Hope. We go over here. We will go over here. Wait. Wait. Aha. Let's go this. Let's go with this. Let's go with this. Let's go with Okay, let's select this folder. Okay, I just want to like make sure that it will be correct. Okay, let me turn this thing off, and then we will see. Hope. Alrighty. Where is it? Okay, so we have this one over here. And then we'll just go this, and then we'll go with this, and then this. Astralica Obsidian. Perfect. That's the thing. Now I just need to like okay, take this thing, cut it, and then paste it here. Like it's a very rough draft. Like select all and then paste it right here. Whatever. There we have it. Perfect. I wonder if we can zoom in. Can we zoom in? Okay, we'll take care about that afterwards. So for now, we do not need these. Okay, cool. Hoop, mamai. And then we just go hoop, and then we just go hoop. Okay, cool. At this point, we do not need graph view. Okay. I wonder if we can zoom in or zoom out. Live preview, source mode. Oh, okay. Show line numbers. Ooh, that would be good. Spell check. Spell check language. Tab indent size. Advanced. Huh. Okay. Appearance. Oh, that would do it. Font size. Perfect. We might have it bigger. Oh boy, I wonder if we... Huh. I wonder if we can see it on stream though. I wonder. Oh, from the looks of it, okay. Huh. Okay. Let me see if I can do it this way. So, I take this thing, and I move it to the left. There we go. That's the thing right beside us. Perfect. So that's the thing we have. Alright. Now, let's come back here. And then just say we're just gonna blast our font size. I hope that looks good. I hope it's readable over here. Okay, so yeah, we have that. Alright, so let's make a new note, and then we go with pronouns. And then we're just gonna like copy and paste of some of the stuff that we already know or figure it out. Hope. And then we just go hope. Ooh, wait. The indent does not look good. Oh, okay. Zoom level. Oh, wait, we can do that? Oh, Lord. Huh. Okay, whatever. We'll take a look at that afterwards. The next thing. Um. Tab indent. Let's have 8. Okay. So the first question is first, second, or third. So that's the very first question we need to know. Or okay, since we can still quickly remember what it is, so let's quickly do it right now. The very first question is to ask, is it the first, second, third? So if it's were to be first, then we go with neat. If it were to be second, then it would have been ne. Oh wait a second. If I were to paste it, I can still copy and paste some of the stuff. There we go. I need that character. There we go. Alright. Hope. So, ne. Third. Let's go with na. So that's the case. Alright. Next. Quantity. One, meaning like singular. We just go with neat. 2 to 15. We go with ne to ta. And then not sure, but small crowd. Let's go with C. And then if you go not sure, and then we go but huge crowd, we go ra. So we have that. So these are the information that we can have. Okay, next thing. We can include gender. That's one thing. Or I would say, ooh, wait, no. Gender. Oh, it's based on your mind. Oh, gender is mental. Okay, I'm going to say biological gender. I would say it's optional. Okay. And then also another thing that we can think of is prefix, suffix to show respect or hate or disrespect. That is also optional. And if I remember correctly, yep. Wait, you know what? It just reminds me that I actually have this thing documented. Let's see if I can grab it. Where it is. Oh Lord. Let me see if I can get the file, because I remember I have that. Nope, not in here. Oh Lord. I remember I have that. Where did I put it? That's the best question I can ask myself. Where did I put it? That's what happens when you have way too many notes and then you just start stacking all around the place. Where is it though? It could be. Oh, wait. Okay, let's see. Now, as you can see, I'm trying to like find my stuff in the middle of the stream, but yeah, fair. Whatever. Hope. And then I go. Oh, uh-oh. Hope. And then is it right over here? Oh, ouch. Okay. This may take a while. Ah, found it. Exactly where I left it. Although that sounds like nonsense or common sense, but yes. I do remember where I left it. There we go. Perfect. Alright, now I just have to like open up my archived folder just to figure it out. Or let's see what we can refer to of what I've figured out in the past. Alright, let's see. Where did I put it? Because let's see. Nope, that is Javatron, where Javatron is the extreme prototype of Astralica, which is, I would say, lame to some extent. Let's see where it is. No, not that one. Aha! Pronoun. Let's go. Found it. Alright, let's see, what do I had in the past? Because yes, I did thought of this. And let's see. Whoop, whoop. Alright, let's see, what do we have? So the way, okay, so I'm going to do it this way. Whoop. I just go 1, 2, 3. This is now. And then this is in the past. Okay? This is what I had before. 1, 2, 3. Boop. Okay? This is what I have before. In this case, we can actually divide this thing into 4 parts. The first part is the respect value. And then the next thing is like 1, 2, 3, which is like the first, second, or third. And then we have quantity, which is singular or plural. And then we have gender, or biological gender, or biogen. Yeah, that's one way to write it, or whatsoever. And then we just go 1, 2, 3, boop. Obsidian just immediately create a table for me. Neat. Okay, cool. So let's take a look at this. So the respect value, either I can say re, like it's like sir, or we can go with rue, which is something like you and your friends just go baka in Japanese whatsoever. And then let's see. Another thing we can do is, oh wait, that is the letter. Oh wait. Because funny enough, when I do write this thing on a piece of paper or whatsoever, I did write it in casual script, but it's not standard script. So hopefully, okay, you know what? Oh boy, it's been a long time I haven't touched casual script. See, this is why we need this like online Wikipedia thing. Whoop. And then we just go atomic structure, link scripts, and then we just go take a look at casual script. So that is pronounced as, oh wait, no, even worse. Wait, oh, it's not casual. It's formal. Oh, it's formal script. Okay. Okay, it's formal script. Yeah. Ooh. A little bit ancient. Yes. Alright. Back to Obsidian. So, the next thing is Bue, which is also sir, but it's almost something like in Japanese you say kisama. Yep, in Japanese, yes, you do that. And let's see, another thing is boo, which is just something like, yeah, you noob, whatever. So, if you want to say first, second, or third, we have, oh, let's take a look. Okay, so that is E. Okay, that is the first. Second, ne. So that's the second one. The third one is de. Ne de. Huh. Okay. Quantity. If it were to be singular, it would have been wa. If it were to be plural, it would have been, oh wait, sh. Wait, no. Se. Okay, so we have that. So that's for plural. So we have wa and se. Now, biological gender. We have, that is ta. Okay, so ta, that is for male, and then female, sa. And then of course we have ra. Neutral. So this is what I used to come up with, like in the past. Oh, wait a second. If I go... Oh, okay. How do I remove this row though? Huh. Uh, oh, okay, it just breaks. It just broke. Okay, whatever. So, yep, now we have the table over here. This is what we have in the past. So we have that. Now, um, okay. So it is possible that we can take idea from this one. Okay. So what we can have now, uh, biological gender. Interesting. This is something worth for us to think for a little bit. Also, just in case if you guys have like any idea as well, you can type in the chat box and maybe I can take a look at it and maybe consider it. Who knows? Biological gender. How can we call this? For now, of course, we just go with like male or female, but is it possible for a species to have more than two genders? Oh, interesting. Ooh. Okay. I'm going to be extremely strict enough. I'm going to say pronounce, and then we're gonna say mammals only. Or wait, no. Because the first two thing over here also works for non-mammals as well. The only thing that breaks down is this thing. It's always the biological gender. Oh lord. Ooh. Okay. You know what? Let's see if we can like search some useful information online about gender and all that stuff. All right, let's see. Uh, let's transform, reset, transform. There we go. All right, cool. Um, whoop, whoop. We just gonna go. How is biological gender defined? Okay, let's see what it gives us. So, huh. Okay, yeah. Oh Lord. When biologists speak of sex being binary, we meant something very straightforward. There only exist two sexes, which are fundamentally rooted in the binary classification between sperm and ova. Males have the function to producing small gametes, in this case sperms, and females large gametes, ova. Okay. Mmm. Fascinating. Because if oh Lord. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. So one of them is small, and then another one of them is big. The big one doesn't move, the small one moves. Mmm. Interesting. Four. Huh? Four types of. What is this thing? Neuter and common. Huh? What? Hmm. What do we have here? Let's take a look. It's loading. It's loading. We'll get there. Ah! Okay. Oh lord. Oh, I got flash banged. Oh, okay. Neuter gender. Used to denote non-living, lifeless. Ah, okay. Okay. Common denotes either a male or a female. Oh lord. Oh, okay. I see. I see. That's what you meant. Okay. And there's more. Oh, okay. Yep, that's a lot of stuff. Anyway, let's back up a little bit. Okay. Hmm. Because, alright. Hmm. Because, oh lord. Hmm. The way, okay. The way I'm getting it so far is, boop. First, okay. Let me pull out this thing. Like, if we go back to normal human biology, we have male gametes and then female gametes. This one does not move, it stays. And then this one moves. Okay. Okay. And then if you think of this, like, alright, let's not talk about humans or mammals or whatsoever. Let's talk about plants. Like, okay, let's take a look at a flower, shall we? Um, flower gametes. Oh, there we go. Perfect. There we have it. Image. So if we take a look at this thing, if I remember correctly, antler is male, and then the ovary or stigma is female. Hmm. Ooh, that's the hard part. That's the hard part because now, oh wow. Now, oh. So a single plant is both male and female at the same time. Hmm. Wait, so oh. Hmm. So it's almost something like binary. Like okay, like okay. Let me okay, control A, delete. There we go. Um so ooh. Okay, so here's the thing. Whoop, whoop. Okay, so we can know. Okay, here we can say male or female, and then little m for not male, little f for not female. So this one, it's our plant with both the ovaries and the antlers. So that's our flower, that's our plants whatsoever. And then not female, and then you're male. Okay, that's classically us. And then you're not male, you're female. Okay, good. It's okay. And then we have you're not male, you're not female either. So that's the object. Oh, okay, okay. So now, oh, no, no, it feels like binary now. Okay, okay. It feels like binary now. Now the only problem is how. Oh boy. Okay. Hmm. Because the thing that we do realize is male gametes moves, female gametes stays when it comes to like zygote combination. Hmm. Okay. How can we describe stationary or something is moving? What is moving? Change of space in a unit of time. Woohoo! Okay. Wow. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Oh Lord. Okay, you know what? Let's take a look our pronunciation. What would I say? Inventory. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. So far, we have no data to talk about the core importance. We can use e and a just to say okay, male and female. Yeah. The only problem is combining them. Oh lord. o, I, e, a is not enough anymore. Hmm. 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 What if I use some sort of like constant? Okay. So, whoop, whoop. Okay, so for male, because here's the thing. In a syllable, we need our consonants and then we need our vowel. Now here's the thing. Consonants, you need your lips to move. Without your lips moving, you cannot have consonants. But vowels, you can have your lips not moving. Mmm. So this also means that consonant male, vowels female. Oh, okay, okay. We can have that. We can have that. So now we just need to decide one consonant for not male, one consonant for male, one vowel for not female, one vowel for female. Okay, interesting. What can we have though? Well, let's take a look at our inventory first though. Because I was like thinking s or sh, but that makes the pronunciation a little bit hard. Hmm. Wait. Oh wait, we haven't used k yet. Huh. G k. Hmm. Hmm. Now, somehow for some weird reason, I do feel that k gives me the like male um feeling, and then s does gives me the female feeling. But once again, it's also arbitrary. That might that that may make sense to me, but it might not make sense for someone else. So, nah. Hmm. Ooh, yikes. Hmm. Interesting. What we can have though, that's the hard part. Because in this case, we do need two types of um consonants. Hmm. I do feel that. Wait. G and K. Ga, ka, ga, ka. Huh. Hmm. Wait. I got an idea. I got an idea. So if we take a look at numbers again, N, L, D, T, and female. Oh wait, and vowels we have O, E, E, A. And then we can just now we have two versions. Now we have two versions. Okay, let me erase some of these. Ah, hope. And then let's get back to this. So we have two versions. Um, let me get eraser as well. There we go. There we go. And then we'll go back to this. And then we'll just go hope. So we go not male, male, not male, male, and then not female, female, not female, female. There we go. And then either we can say we will pick this one and this one. So it becomes okay, if consonant is male, then we have either n and then l, l. And then we have o and e. So o, e. Wait. No. Wrong direction. Wrong direction. Okay. O and E. There we go. So that's one way to do it. Or or we can just say we're going to do it with where is the eraser? This one? Okay. There we go. And then we just go okay, either we just gonna go none or full blast. So we have two versions. N, T. Okay. So N, N, T, T. And then we just go O or A. So we have O, O, A, A. So now we have two versions. Either we can go nolo nili or notonata. Wait a second, notonata sounds a little bit better. So if you're male, you're to. If you're female, you're na. If you're a plant, you're ta. If you're an object, you're no. I'm liking this so far. I'm liking this so far. Ooh. You know what? Notonata. Okay, let's stick with this. Let's stick with this. Let's stick with this. Perfect. Perfect. So let's jot that down real quickly. So in this case, we're just gonna go hoop. Cross. Alright, just want to like make sure that all of you can actually see this thing. So let me just pull this thing aside. again? Alright, there we go. First we have cross, and then we have not male, and then we have is male, and then we have boop beep beep beep, and then boop boop. Oh no. Huh. Oh wait, oh okay, that explains it. Interesting. Or huh. Okay. Whatever. Not female. And then female. Oh wow. Oh, there we go. That's more like it. Can we do tab? No. Oh, tables cannot be tabbed. Oh, sad but reasonable. Sad but reasonable. Oh lord. Okay, let's just use line spacing. Okay, there we go. In this case, I'm going to say, I'm going to remind ourselves that male gametes moves female gametes stay. So this also means that consonants needs your lips to move. Vowels needs your lips to stay. So assign consonant for male and vowels for female. So that's the thing. Okay, cool. So grab grab syllables inventory nulledete and o e e a. There we go. So we have that. Perfect. So for male, okay, so for not male and male, we have n, n, and t, t. And then for female, if you're not female, then it's o, o. And then if you're female, it's a, a. So we have noto, nata. There we go. Genderless. And then we have male. And then we have female. And then we have both, which is plants. Yep. Yes. Flowers have both male parts and female parts. So we have that. Alright. So that's the thing. Suffix to show respect or disrespect. Oh, okay. Interesting. What we used to have up here is we have re, rue, bue, and bu. So we can see oo over here has a little bit of like negativity inside, but not exactly that bad. But yeah. Okay. Ooh. Hmm. What we can have is just like copy and paste this thing. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? We can say for now, let's just copy and paste this whole thing. So we're gonna do the same thing. So we have red, and then we have rouet, and then we have bouet. What did I just? Oh. Okay. Cool. Cool. Wait, I cannot see my cursor anymore? Huh. Oh wait, I cannot write it anymore. How do I unlock it though? Uh-oh. There is some special hotkey that I just pressed, but I don't know what it is. Alright, let's see. Hope we don't need this anymore. Don't need this anymore. Open this thing up. Obsidian. Locked. Cannot write. Ah. There we go. Same issue. Now we just have to wait for it to load. Hmm. Okay. Oh. What is the hotkey for this? Control what? Okay. Uh-oh. I forgot one thing. When anyone joins the instance, VR chat is going to lag. I hope the stream looks fine, but that might not end up well. Ah, snap. Ah, snizzly snap. Okay, there we go. We're good again. Oh, wait. Let's see who it is.
Okay.
Hmm? Hold up a sec. Nine? Yes, I'm streaming. On Twitch.
Hello, SR.
Say hello to Twitch.
Hello 啊。
我在直播。
哦。
真
Hello
的，
啊。
真的是我要说中文你才听得懂，哎，
好啊。
别挡镜头。Yep, as you can see, one of my friends over here. But yeah. Well, anyway, you can sit beside me. 你可以坐在我旁边。嗯。All right. Let's see. So, yep. Let's see. Okay, so if we continue, we have Bouet, and then finally, Boo. There we go. So this one just to say respect, and then this one is with friends. This one is like satirized, and then this one just says noob. Alright, so I think we have our stuff ready, which is nice. Now we just need to like compact this whole thing into a table, and let's see if we can do it. Hope. Alright, let's see. Uh-oh. Nope. There we go. So the first part is first, second, or third. And then the second thing we need to know is quantity. And then the next thing we can know is biological gender. And then the next thing we can know is respect. There we go. 1, 2, 3. And yep, there we have. There we have that. Alright, so the very first thing we can know it's ni, ne, or na. Alright, so we have ni, and then we have ne, and then we have na. Next thing, quantity. Oh wait. Before that, I'm just going to say, there we go, just to note what it means. Whoop. And then third. There we go. Quantity. We just say ni if it's singular, and then we say ne until ta for 2 to 15, and then we're just gonna say sa for hold on a second, let me take a look what VR chat says, because let me take a look. Yeah. Uh-oh. VR chat, it's lagging. Uh-oh. Yep. All I have is a potato laptop. And I think I'm lagging really badly. And VR chat is not responding. Classic. Anyway, back to this thing. So we have sa, just to say small crowd. And then we have ra, we'll just say large crowd. Alright, next. Biogen. No, meaning genderless. And then we have to, meaning male. We have na, meaning female. And then we have ta, meaning both. And yes, in VR chat, I crashed. Anyway, here we'll have re, and then we have rue, and then we have bue, and then we have bu. And let me keep track of like VR chat. There we go. Yep. Hmm. This may take a while for it to load. Well, at the meantime, let's see. So yeah, there we have this. Pronouns. So imagine I just want to say me, just myself. Quantity singular. Oh, that's nini. Oh, that sounds a little bit odd. And a male, so we just go ninito. So ninito is me, just me, but male me. Ninina would be female me. It's almost something like watashi in Japanese. Huh. Okay. Hmm. Another thing that we can do is instead of ni, ne, or na, we can go with ki, ke, or ka. Because ni, ne, and then until ta over here is being used to describe quantity. Mmm. Okay, let's do that. Ki, ke, ka. So we have kinito. Kinito, that is me, but male. Mm. Or you just go kini. That's just me. Neutral me. Gender doesn't matter in this case. And then if we need singular you, we go ke ni. Kenny. Oh no, that sounds like a name. Oh lord. Okay. Whatever. Whatever. It will work. It will work. Oh, we're back to VR chat now. Alright, cool. Nice. Now, before fully loading into VR chat, let's see. And it's a new instance. Okay, let's see. Now, first thing first, I'm going to change and it's lagging. Okay. I'm going to change that thing. Okay. Twitch streaming. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Are they still in there? Ah, yes. Alright. Oh. Yep, there we go. Perfect. And now it's loading. Well, anyway, back over here. So if we want to say he, she, or it, no problem. We can also say that. He will be kani to. And then she would be kani na. Oh, what the heck? It sounds so wrong in Chinese or in some dialect of Chinese. Oh, Lord, I didn't. Oh, that's not a good idea. No. Let's change it back. No, let's change it back. No, change it back. There we go. Okay. Alright, now let's take a look back at VR chat. Alright. See. Um. Whoop. Ah, laggy. And, no one is here? Oh, it's just me again. Oh wait, this is a new instance. Okay. Anyway, I'll just have this thing, And then we'll just come over here, and yes, right here you're going to get the spoiler of like where is the controller or whatsoever. But if you're at the community meetup, whatever. Oh wait. Yep, I can grab this thing, flip it up, hide it back over here. There we go. And then we can just come back over here. Whoop. And then we'll just go this, we'll just go with that, and then we'll just go with this. There we go, perfect. And then we just grab this thing, pull it a little bit longer, whatever. So yeah, we have this. Hmm. There we go. Okay. And then we just go whoop. Alright, now we're back to VR chat. Okay. Um let's see. Alright. So we're back to this. So if you want to say he, she, it, or whatsoever, we just go na, ni, nani to, or nani na. Hmm. Oh boy. Okay. Ra. Hmm. 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 Okay. In this case, we might come up with like two versions as well, because, alright, let's copy the whole stuff, and then we'll just say, whoop, this is the second version, because another way that we can do it is we will let, we can just say 1, 2, 3 over here is consonant, and then quantity over here is vowel again. And then the thing that we can do is we just go n, l, d as well. And then quantity, we can go with o, e, e, and a. Oh wow. So if you want to say me, then it's no. Oh. And if you want to say we, it could be ni or ne. And then now, if you know you're with a large crowd, you just go na. Now, if you want to say you, singular, then it's lo. If you want to say you but plural, then it's gonna be li. And then if you're singing to a small crowd, let's go with le. And then you're at a rave, whatsoever, you want everyone to hype up, we go la. Whatever. And then we have do, di, de, da as well. Could it be possible we can have a fourth one? I don't know. That's pretty odd. We'll see. So n, l, de. Okay, so we have that. Now if you want to say me, and then male. We can go with n o, so no, noto. Hmm. And then if you want to say watashi, it would it be nona. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Okay. You know what? I prefer this one. Cool. So we just figured it out. Yay! We figured out the pronouns and all that stuff. Nice. Cool. So afterwards, I will add this onto the Wikipedia in this case. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. So we have this. Cool. Okay. Let's see. Back to our draft. So we come down over here. Oh, wait. I almost forgot. Let's add a new note. And then we will just say fundamental types cropping. And then, yep, I almost forgot that. Let me just like cut the whole thing. Whoop. There we go. That is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Well, there could be many versions of it. The first one is tashi, and then we have tashi, and then we have kosra no, and then we have kosra, and then we have kosra ni, and then we have se. Oh lord, seyane. There we go. Se ya ne. There we go. So that's the thing we have so far. Compress it, we have ka, and then ta, and then cross no, and then this one is still kosra. Yeah, so it doesn't change that much. And then kosra ni, we have cross ni, and then this one is just simple as se. And then afterwards, this one turns into kro, and then this one is now kra, and then gri, and then this is now kou, koa, koi. Oh, that works. Kou, koa, koi. Wait. No. Cool. There we go. Koa, koi. Yeah, something like that. And then we'll just go with, yeah. So that's the thing. Whoop. There we go. Kou, koa, koi. Cross no. Cro. Actually, okay. If you want to go like extremely strict, the way I ended up with this is because we have kuro, and then we have kura, and now we have kuri, and then we just go kuo, kua, and then kui. But that does not look good. So we have ko, koa, and koi. Wow. Look at this. So in the end we have ka, ta, kou, koa, koi, and se. There we have it. So maybe soon afterwards we will include this afterwards. But yeah, cool. All right, next. What do we have? Hope. Nouns. We don't need that anymore. Next thing, we'll just come up here and get rid of that. There we go. So take care of pronouns. Oh, I almost forgot. For pronouns. Oh, wait. Hmm. Okay, we will say adding koi at the front is optional. So, when you know when something is a pronoun, then you do not need koi. But if you want to specify, okay, it's a pronoun, it has something to do with kosrani, alright, fine, koi. We have that. Alright, next one. Next one is a hard one. Body parts. Now, oh boy. Now the problem becomes, because Australica is meant to be universal, and this means that we have to think outside the box other than just humans. That's the hard part. I tried to figure this thing out, but nah. Still somehow not quite work. And we're gonna try again. And we're gonna try again today. But at least I have my archived draft here with me today. So let's see. Let's see what inspiration I can get from my past iterations. Let's see. Now, let me take a look at my archived folder. No, that one is color and it's poorly designed. Uh, uh, this one could work. Let me pull this thing out. Anything else? No? Okay. Next thing, body parts. Preposition, time. What else? Oh, that looks something interesting. And then cryptography. Okay, anyway. And yes, cryptography is a part of Astralica as well, but we'll tackle that in future volumes. Well, it could be volume 4. Alright, anyway. Now. Hmm. Let's see if I can take a picture. And then let's see if I can Alright, you know what? Let's see if I can take a picture of this and then send it onto Discord. Hope. Oh boy. Hold up a second. Um, let's see. Nope. 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 Because I have this draft over here, which might able to give us the main inspiration. Alright, let's see. Let's just hope the picture I've took, it's clear enough. Okay. Now I just need to like crop it. So I'm gonna go edit. There we go. I hit save. And then edit. Rotate, rotate, rotate. Save it. And then post it on Discord. So if you are on our Discord server, you can actually go take a look at it. Let's see. Whoop, whoop. There we go. It's on Discord right now. Okay. So, alright, let's see if I can actually open it up though. I wonder if my potato laptop can open up Discord right here. Oh Lord. Okay. Well, at this point, at least I know we do not need Microsoft Paint, perhaps. So, yeah, we're just gonna close that since we're not using it, saving some resources and all that stuff. Alright, let's see. Discord. And then we just go with this. And then we're just gonna go with let me answer one of our teammates. Alright, so here we have it. It's right over here. Now, alright, let's see. Oh wait, we can open in browser. Perfect. Alright, let's do that. Oh, okay. Hope. Let's close this thing. Alright. Now, let's see. So yep, here is a draft I have when I was like trying to figuring out how do you call body parts, but based on a certain pattern and all that stuff. The first thing that you can see I've tried oh Lord. If I go F11, there we go. Okay, that's more like it. First thing I have tried, um, like if I go, you can see up over here, I have, um, this is ne, and then this is me. Okay, so I have the left side as me, and then the right side as ne, which is actually right now it would be either ra or re. So we have that left side, right side. Okay, and then the way we would do it is okay, head as its own thing, and then we have the arm whatsoever. But the fun thing is each of these joints can be treated as node. And the way I did it is something like, okay, this one is so, su. This segment over here is si. This segment over here is so. This hand over here is just su. And then what's in the middle is sio. So your elbow, it's sio. Oh wait, oh I can, oh yep, I forgot I can do that. Yep, so we have that. So that's the way we deal with the limbs in this case. But before that, okay, I believe I've also done the same thing for the legs, like and the thighs as well. Like for example, giving the segment a name, and then giving your secondary segment another name, and then what is in the middle, you just smoosh them together in order to have that. Oh boy, I do not remember where I have it, but okay. E.g. left eye, body, left, head, eye. Oh, okay. So head is ra. Oh, so oh boy, definitely for sure. I have some of the markings on the left hand side, but they decay over time. Oh lord. Okay. Anyway, for the facial parts, for the hair, it's ra. Forehead, re. Eyes, ri. Nose, ro. Mouth is ru. Okay. Hey. Pretty good. Um, and if it's in front, we just add ra. Huh. So, uce merari. Uce me ra ri. Okay. Okay, for this part, I might forget like what is really going on. But yeah. Oh, this one. Okay. This this is like coincidence, like because we humans, like normal humans, we have 5 fingers. If you do not have 5 fingers, it's okay. We're not offending you. You might have 6, you might have 4, whatever. It doesn't matter. In most situation, we have 5. And then if we take a look, our consonant inventory, you can see that let's see, transform, reset, transform, there we go. If we just go down over here and then we just go left over here, the column or family we have, which has perfectly 5 consonants, is the lip or teeth family. M, B, P, F, V. Perfect for that. So the way we did it, we have uh this one should be pronounced as e. Yes, it's pronounced as e. So we have this is me, be, pe, fe, ve. But I have to say, it does not sound good. And I just okay. What should I have been looking is on. Okay, it's right here. Okay, it's right here. So we know the head. It's ra. Abutment or chest area. That is ri. Stomach. Then it's ro. And then if it were to be leg, oh, if it were to be leg, then it's. Oh wait, this is not ng, ng, g, g, gi. Okay, so this one is gi, gio. That's your kneecaps or whatever. And then we have go, which is your calf. And then I'm going to guess gu would be something like your foot or whatsoever. So your ankle would be go. Mmm. Okay. Now I just realized that when I look on back on the paper, yep, I just guessed correctly. E or and then u. Perfect. Okay. Now here's the only sad thing. It's only perfect for the human body. What if you like want to like describe insects? What if you want to go outside the mammal kingdom? What if like you want to like go undersea or whatsoever? So in this case, oh lord, this is going to be complex. This is going to be complex. Oh lord. Hmm. This is going to be a complex one. Hmm. But one thing for sure, instead of me and ne, we definitely using ra and re for both left and right. That's for sure. Hmm. Mm, okay. Another thing that we can learn is let's see, armature, um bone hierarchy. This is, oh, what? Hello, testing. Okay, that did not work. That did not work. Alright, let's go with archer, bones, hierarchy. There we go. So we have this. We might be able to learn stuff from this. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Because what we know is when we're modeling, hips is like the root of all your bones and all that stuff. So it might be wise to start there. Or, okay. Ooh. Okay, you know what? I will go to the bathroom as a bathroom break. And then so I'll be right back. BRB. By the time, go have a little stretch, have a little break. We've been streaming for like 3 hours or 4 hours, a little bit more. So go have a stretch, go have a walk, and then we'll be right back. Somewhere around like maybe 5 minutes or something. Alright. Okay, and we are back. And also at the same time, I just go get myself some food at the same time. And guess what? It's now in the morning for me. So yes, um, breakfast. Let's see. All right, perfect. So at the same time, um, I'm going to eat my bread and all that stuff. So I'm going to mute myself. However, I can still see the chat box, and yes, I'm still here. And also at the same time, I'm gonna look at some browsing results and all that stuff, and see if we can learn anything from it. So yeah, I'm gonna mute myself, but yeah, still here. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now I've done eating. Now, let's see. Um, well, I did like slightly somehow remember like this homologous structure thing going on. Excuse me. And then, yep, I would say I completely forgot that the second segment over here, we have actually two bones, and yes, it's there though. Oh lord. And then yes, um, although we are like different species, but the bone structure or hierarchy is almost the same. It's just with different sizes and all that stuff. And then another thing that we can start with is back at this thing, we know that we can start with our head and then our head just goes down. That's our body or our abutment or whatsoever. Upper part can be chest, lower part can be torso, whatsoever. And then it extended outwards. We have the limbs. So, hmm. Okay, let's focus on as human first. Because, okay, just in case, for this one, this one in the middle, um, it looks a little bit like a joke, but this is actually a little bit of imagination, like cat girls, whatsoever, all that stuff. Yeah, whatever. Why not? Okay. And then this one over here, this is insects or whatsoever. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Um, so head is our first thing. Okay, and then our body. And then you have this. Um, and then this one over here. And then finally, we have, funny enough, one, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. So that's actually, so I have to say that looks pretty stupid, but it's the thing what we have. And then we just go this thing we just go like this, and then we have one, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. There we go. Well, not exactly in the artist when it comes to like mouse drawing, but yeah. Still, I have to say though, I am the one who drew this girl over here. So yeah, yes. Um, back to this. Hmm. Now we can know that our head is like number 0, abutment is number 1, and then the limbs is number 2, and then our hands and all that stuff, that's number 3. Huh. Okay. Hmm. Since, okay, you know what? Since we are left-right symmetrical, this means that I don't need to like worry about what's on the other side. So let's just focus um, what's on that side. Okay, so we have that. Hmm. Because, okay, from Blender, okay, like I did take a look at this. From Blender, everything is just nodes and lines. So we might be able to have that. So if we just go, oh wait, okay, how about let's just like list out everything and then we just start coloring them. Yeah, that's a good way to start. Okay, that's one way to do it. Hmm. Head, neck. And once we have our neck, that's our shoulders. And then our hip. And now we have our left leg or thighs. And then our calf. Once we have our calf, we have our foot. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the thing. Now, that is our shoulders. Like this one over here is our shoulder. Then we have our arm, our elbow, and then another part of our arm, our carpals, and then, oh wait, no, oh yeah, it will be. And then this one over here is our palm. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, our arm, our elbow, secondary arm, carpals, palm, and then the fingers. Ooh, that's a little bit odd, but it is what it is. So we'll start with our head. Because what in Blender, what usually happens in Blender is the hip is the highest thing in the hierarchy and it starts from here. But in this case, we're looking at from the head and then we're looking at from top to bottom. Hmm. node 0, node 1, node 2. Mm. And then we can say this one is, this is our shoulder, but this one starts with our limb. So this is 0, this is 1, 2, 3, and then 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. As you can see, we're like starting to indexing the nodes. 1, 2, oh no, 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. And then 1, 2, 3. So now our new problem becomes, instead of like keep on focusing on giving each part a name, our new problem becomes, given a tree graph and given some direction, how can we name a node based on where it is? Oh, yes, computer science graph theory. Let's go. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, okay, okay. Interesting. Let's take a look. So, assume that we have tree. Okay, so huh. Okay, let's just say we go like this. Hmm. Oh wait. Oh shoot. I might. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's take a look at our human example again, because oh lord. Um. Hmm. Hmm. This is a very interesting question though, because okay, like for example, if I want to say our left index finger, which is right here, ding, right there. Okay, what we can do is we start from the head, and then we say travel until 1, and then we give a direction. Could be left or right, whatsoever, and let's just say it's left, so it's re, not ra, re. Then we know we need to go left, and then we will say travel until number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we will give it an index. So index is our second finger. We might say something like 2, and then boom, there we go. So that's one way to do it. Hmm. Oh boy, interesting. Because, oh boy. Control A, I'll just hit delete. Now, alright, let's see if we can like make a weird thing. Um, let's see. Let's see. Um, and then we'll just go. Let's say we somehow end up with an alien which has this like bone structure. Then how we can navigate it? So what we can do is we're just gonna go 0. Oh wait, this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we just go 5, and then the green one, this can be 0, 1, another 0, 1 again, 0, and 1 again, 0, and 1 again. And then blue one, we're gonna say 0, 1, 1, 1. And then this one can be 2. This one can be 2. This one gonna be 0, 1, 2. This is gonna be 1, 2. And this is 1 again. Okay. So every time we have a tree split, the sub part of it starts from 0 again. Okay. So so let's just say we want to know this node over here. Then we can say this is 3 1 1. This is node 311. Huh. That's one way to do it. But let's just say I want this, so we can know this is node 5 1 2. Okay. Interesting. So if we were to like translate that, if we were to like translate this idea to human body, what we can have is alright, let's see. Oh boy. head, neck, and then, how I would say this. I don't know, but this will be our shoulder, and then another shoulder. Alright, that's the shoulder. And our spine downwards. And of course, our rib cage will be right here, but for that, we don't care for now. And then this one over here, that's our hips. Now, okay, so this is our upper arm, and then this one over here is our elbow, lower arm, carpals, palm, joints, and then the fingers. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is our pelvis in this case. So, and then we have our thighs, knee, calf, ankle, foot, joint, toes. 3, 4, 5. So let's take a look. If we were to like index the way that we did, we just go, this is note 0, note 1, note 2. Okay. Next one, this one will start from 0, and then 1, 2, 3, and then 0, 1, 2, 3. And then, oh boy. Okay. Because this would be 4, and then our hands over here would be 0 again. And then this one will be 0 again. And then if we have more joints on it, like if we look at our thumb, okay, carpal and then thumb has 2 joints. Like we have 1, 2, and then our thumb. So, and then our index finger, 1, 2, 3. We have 1, 2, and 3. But I have to say, over here, I'm simplifying it. What's really under the hood on our hands is actually way complex than what we have here up on the screen. But we're just simplifying it over here. So 1, 2, this will be 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So we have that. Now the problem is, how do we oh boy. How do we give them names based on this? Well, of course, we can use numbering system again and just go noni ne na loli lela doti deta and toti teta. Oh lord. Let's take a look how Tokipona says do it. Hope, 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 hope. And then we just go toki, pona, body, parts. Oh, perfect. Let's take a look. Hmm. What else? Oh. Oh, okay. Where is it? Like, okay. Do we have more, like, safe for work diagrams for that? Oh, this might work. Okay, now that's a little bit too... Oh boy. Too small. Anyway, what's this? Okay. Lava. So lava would be your head. Luka. I remember Luka is your entire arm or hand. Let me guess. Noka is your leg. Gute, Lukin, and Uta. Hmm. Okay. Okay. What else? Hmm. Where do we have that? Uh. Oh. Huh. Hmm. Alright. Let's see if we can. Okay. Toki. Pona. Translator. What do we have? Uh. Oh, wait a second. With a. Hmm. This looks very sus. No, we're going back. Or the other way around. Okay. There we go. And then we can put this one on the left. And then this one on the right. Whatsoever. Anyway, okay. Monsi. Huh? How come? Back. Monsi Uta. Oh, back of the throat, is it? Or back of the mouth? Beak bite flavor. Oh, okay. So that's the back of the throat. Okay, that makes sense. Nasin Toki. Toki means speak. Like vocal cords? What is Nasin? Let's take a look. Way, method, address, agency. So way or method. Okay, where? It could be airway or windpipe. Pillin. What is pillin? Admit, affect, affection, Brain care. Oh, what? Oh, pillin is a heart. Oh, okay. Hmm. A. Nasan P. Telopilin. So nasan is away. P. Not quite sure what it is. Pi. Grammatical particle. Introduce a modified modifier. Huh. Nasan P. Telopilin. Airway for water. Water of heart. So that's blood vessel. Oh, well, that's one way to do it. Hmm. But yeah, this is actually pretty hmm. How should I say this? A lot of words and all that stuff. Hmm. But yeah. Oh wait, Kiwen. Oh, what is Kiwen? Block, boulder, brick. Oh, so that's like bone. Firm, hard, harsh. Okay, so that's what we have. Okay. That's one way to do it. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So, let's see. So, this means that the way we call our elbow, it would be like 1 and then 2. And then we just go. There we go. So that's a little bit odd. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Wait a second. If I remember correctly. Wait, I don't think we need Microsoft Paint because in this thing we have what we call a canvas. If I remember correctly, where can we have an extra canvas? Ah, create new canvas. Let's rename this body parts. And yes, with this we can draw um charts and all that stuff. Add a card whatsoever. Alright, so in this case, I almost forgot. In this case, I would say maybe line number is not exactly that important. So appearance, let's go with line number. Where is it? Show title bar, show inline title. Uh, where is time? Well, of course, at the same time, let me change the color to the one that I like. Hope editor. Show line numbers. Nope. There we go. Alright, cool. So the first thing is definitely our head. And then so if you just simply go down, just add art. And oh lord. Neck is the segment in between. Well, what's at the center over here? I have no idea what to call it. But afterwards we go our left. That's our one of our bones. And then we have our left shoulder. And then to the right we have our right shoulder. So that's one way to do it. Oh boy. If I Oh, okay, there we go. Then now we can see. You know what? Oh, darker background. Now we can see better. Easy. Nice. Left shoulder. And then left shoulder, another bone, and then we have our elbow. And then once our elbow, we have our oh wait, wrist. So it's yep, okay. Wrist. So once it's our wrist, and then we have our palm. Palm, I would say it's a segment. And then I would say thumb 0, index 0. That's our fingers. Middle 0. Ring 0. And of course pinky 0. And then the rest can just like go on or whatsoever, and then just go from there whatsoever. Now the problem is, can we name the arrows? Yes, we can. Oh wow. Upper arm. Oh wow, this is neat. Lower arm. And then in this case, this one we're just gonna say palm. Like all of these palm. Okay, cool. just in case, before that, let me see. Bone names. Because what was I looking for is this thing, clavicle. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Oh lord. Oh, okay. Hmm. So clavicle might be the thing that we're looking for. So this one over here, let's just rename it clavicle. And since we are like left and right symmetrical, perfect. So we have this. Next, um, or check what it's called here. Sternal manubrium. Okay. So we have that. Next thing. And then we just have this our spine downwards until we have our pelvis. Alright, let's see. So this one goes down here, pelvis. Alright. What's over here? Not quite sure, we'll see. And then we go from pelvis. And then we just go to our knees. So we have that. And then we'll have our thighs right here. And then our knees to our ankle. And what is in between is our calf. And then our ankle, and then our ankle, and this one should be our foot, and then foot. Oh, and then okay. Whoop, whoop. Also going with thumb as well. There we go, and then there we go. We then just whoop, and then whoop, whoop, and then just whoop, thumb. Uh-oh. Ah, okay. This node is corrupted. There we go. And next. This one is middle. Ring. And also pinky. Okay. There we go. Hmm. There we go. So we have that. Hmm. Edit label. We just go with spine. Okay. Well, for this one, I just remove that for now, and then we just need to know. Okay, it's a shoulder whatsoever, and then we have knee over here. Okay, there we go. So we have that. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. This is something I've been like trying to like come up with though. Hmm. I wonder if we can. Oh wait, this is zoom in. Oh, zoom out. Okay. Add card, add node, add media. Huh. Can also create a group. The base, snap to grid, snap to objects, read only. Nah. So this is only good for like drawing graphs and all that stuff. Okay. Fair. Hmm. Color. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Whew. This is a hard part. Hmm. And As you can see, in English, all of these names are like out of nowhere. No reason, no pattern. So in Australica, we will need to like find a way to like fix it. Hmm. 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 Interesting. Hmm. And then it is possible that sometimes we might end up with a tail as well. Um, and what do you call it at the end? I don't know. Definitely for sure, we have a tail. Sometimes, rarely, sometimes. Hmm. Also, let's take a look at Blender Amateur Bones. Oh, chest. Oh, hmm. I almost forgot. This one over here. Um, neck. There we go. Hmm. Hmm. Like this one over here. Yep. We have three ways to call this part over here. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. lord. Interesting. And just in case, if we come take a look, uh, okay. Huh. Okay. Sometimes we can actually learn stuff in Blender though, but huh. Oh wait, these are the bones of a flying plane? Well, that works, I suppose. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. And then let's take a look at our consonant inventory. Hmm. 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 Wait a second. Let's look at standard script. S t s t z. Huh. Can we? Hmm. And now it becomes o e e a. Hmm. 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 Interesting. So, and actually, okay. Head. Alright, if I. Okay, here's the thing. I add a card. Okay. So we can go with hair. We can go with forehead. We can go with eyes. We can go with nose. We can go with mouth. And of course we can go with chin. And of course we can go with ears. So hair, forehead, eyes, ears, nose, mouth, chin. So we have that. Now for hair, there are different parts of hairs whatsoever. Forehead, I can only think of like forehead and temple, but I would say they all fall under the same umbrella in some sort. Eyes would be something interesting though, so we can go with eyebrows and eyelashes. And then those important parts of an eye. Like we can go look it up on Wikipedia or whatsoever. Ears, outside, middle, inner ears, and all those little bones that amplifies the vibration that we have from our eardrum and all that stuff. Ear canals and all that stuff. Nose, nostrils, whatsoever, whatever. Mouth. Let's go with lips. Let's go with teeth. Let's go with gum. Let's go with tongue. Oh Lord. As you can see, now the problem becomes, oh, there are way too many stuff. Hmm. Oh Lord. And these are just the outside organs we have. We haven't talked about the inside organs. That includes our throat, stomach, intestines, lungs, heart, arteries. Oh Lord. Blood vessels, capillaries. Oh shooks. Gigantic rabbit hole. And we almost forgot. For every finger we have, nails. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. It's going to have a whole lot of them. And then of course, um, brain. We need that. Oh boy. Yikes. Uh, hmm. Mm, and typically saying ties and call like this whole thing down over here. You can call this whole thing leg. And then this one holding up over here, an arm. So it's a group. Sometimes you can have wings though. But oh boy. Hmm. Okay, you know what? We're going to add a card. I don't know what it is. But yeah, sometimes we have that. And chest, uh, stomach, and then this one, I don't know, but I just call this spine for now. Another thing that some of them might end up with, not quite sure what's going on over here, but it could be wings and all that stuff. Mouthed. In some cases, it could be beaks. Oh, sometimes we might end it up with horns. Hmm. Oh, Lord. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, boy. Uh. Hmm. Okay. Let's try this. I'm just gonna say we have front, and then for this one we'll have um down, and then this one we have up. So yep, directions again. For horns, um, yep, it's up. For hair, it's also up as well. For front, let's have forehead, and then eyes, and then ears. Oh wait, no, ears are at the side. Okay. Nose. Okay. Nose, and then mouth are also at the front as well. Chin, it's at the bottom of it. And then, oh, we can have another one, which is inside or center. We can say, okay, brain, approximately enough. Alright, now let's see if we can organize this thing into something better. Next thing, forehead, eyes, nose, and then mouth. Let's see, where is it? Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see. Ears, that's at the side of it. What else at the side? I don't know. Next thing. Down. And then center, we have this. Alright. And of course, this thing goes down over here. Oh, perfect. So now we have that. So now we have that. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Ooh, this is a huge rabbit hole. Yep. Now I have no idea how I can name this thing in Nostralica now. And yep, the main idea is, yep, it needs to follow a pattern. So yeah, you know what? I'm okay. This may seems a little bit how do I say, not well prepared, but I would say this is the process of like coming up with a language based on logic and all that stuff. And yes, we have been streaming for 5.5 hours. So yeah, I would say this will be um part two of today's stream, but part one when it comes to like dealing with Astralica over here. So yeah, I would just say okay, we're gonna like leave this thing right here, and then we will come back to this afterwards. So yeah, there we have it. We'll have this. Yes. There we have that. Cool. Um. Hmm. Hold on a second. Let me check one thing. Alright, anyway. So, yeah. I would say this making Astralica is not an easy task. Never has been. And it's a sprint, it's a marathon. And yeah. Let me turn off those stuff. Mm, there we go. Now I'm just going to wait for like VR chat to come back to life. And I crashed. Every time. Ugh. There we go. Classic. Yep. That's the proof of I have a potato laptop. That's all I have. So yeah. And now the whole screen is dark. There we go. Yep. Usually this happens. we go. There we go. And we're back to this. Um, New instance whatsoever. Hop. And there we have it. Huisha. There we go. Hop, hop, hop. Heisha. So yeah, there we have it. So that's Astralica. And of course, when we will talk about it again, I'm not quite sure. But I also have a strong feeling that we're going to build Astralica again. Well, at least we did come up with the way, like, how can we, like, say, pronounce in the end. So that's pretty good. And managed to speed run through all the important stuff. So yeah, if you've been watching this thing to the very end, thanks for watching. And what's next? I don't know. It could be Unity. It could be VR chat. It could be Astralica. It could be coding. Anything else crazy. But yeah. Thanks for watching. And then I'll see you all next time. Bye. Or let me just go. My. And then you just. Whatsoever. Yeah. Alright. Catch y'all later.